Alright. Back in action. Surat. I was waiting on Surat to convert it, I think. Okay. So I've got a lot of aggressive expansion, which means I am at great risk of a coalition if these guys think they can pull it off. To me, that says I should make an alliance. Keep my relations up with my ally, Delhi, and try to bring them into my wars. For now, I think making more vassals, rather more protectorates, is a priority. If I could make another vassal, I would. But I don't see that happening quite yet. I do think it's about time I started abusing some protectorate mechanics. Ooh, another Doomsday. Kolima this time. Poor bastards. Let's see if my conversions are fast enough. This shouldn't be a problem. I think we'll be fast enough. Where's Mobile One Access? He's at war with Bamas. That's right, Bamas attacked him. Glorious. National unrest -1 would be pretty good. I'll take it. Okay, Arakon's willing to become my vassal, or protectorate. So let it be done. Congratulations, Arakon. Few have the privilege. Of course, now that we're here, I really wouldn't mind having some of this land you're just kind of holding on to. Oh wow, these have different values. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to want to improve relations with them quite a bit before I take it. That's acceptable. It's pretty reasonable. Knowing that they have different values to be when you're taking them. Could I take anything from Tidora right now that's worth 20%? Hell yeah, I could. Of course, the ones I really want are going to be right in my general area. This is probably Australia, isn't it? Oh no, this is Asia, so I do want this one. These are Pacific Islands, but this one's Asia. So I'll be taking that as soon as I can. Sind attacks Malwa. One thing I think I do want to do is start bumping my manpower up with this money I've got. think that's a pretty good use of my money. Especially since I seem to be making it at such a insultingly high rate. Archon's got much better dip tech than me. It's making them rebellious. Theologian's fine, but what I really need is a... This is the wrong category. Whatever. Better relations over time, advisor. Amuri. Certainly afford unrest. Alright, this heir is better than the last one, but not very good. And I'm betting he's kind of young. Yeah, my king is very old, so I'm probably looking at a regency. Another one of these? It's really like giving me the unrest right now. Archon's total here. It's about 35% negative. $40, 53 positive. So it's about a negative 20. So given that I have a comfortable 70% swing, can I take anything? Could take Pathian. Well, these are very developed, no wonder they're so expensive, in opinion. Yeah. Boom. There's going to be some unrest. Do I just deal with it? I would like the autonomy to be high, because it is a trade port. It's going to give me a considerable amount of power in Bengal now. This is actually a beautiful way to gain land without aggressive expansion. I love it. I do want to keep an eye out for when people start westernizing, though. Where are message settings? Others. Westernize. Starts westernizing. Yeah, make them both a pop-up. That is important, very important information. Actually, on a huge chunk of Goa as well. And these unrest events. It's pretty much always really manageable if I'm willing to lose the karma, but geez, they don't stop. Alright, how close am I to being able to afford those hippies? Do I even want to build them before I get this tech? Does it matter? When I get up to 15 or 19, I'll have better ones anyway. What's the reward? Yearly Naval Tradition plus +0.1 is actually really solid. Especially since I lost all my naval tradition in westernizing. So I need 9 of these guys. And they only cost 50 ducats each. I say that as if it's actually like now. To me now, it's like a very small amount. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But before, it would have been brutal. Pathian. Oh, that's my new colony. I actually kind of rather that revolted soon. That way I can just drop some troops on it, kill the revolt, and move on. Up my dip tech again, just to ensure that the enormous penalty I have for everybody having a better dip tech than me is mitigated. Orissa apparently has terrible diplomatic tech compared to Tidora. That's not actually that big of a difference. Why? It's a 20% swing. Spain rivaled me. Okay. Guess the gloves are off. Might as well return the favor. Suppose I could do the Ottomans as well, or the Portuguese as well. So as long as they're cool against Spain, they're not actually loving Spain anymore. So yeah, screw it. Colonial nations embargoing me. Guarani. That's South American, right? Good for them. Good. So they were westernized, right? Didn't it just say that? Oh, they're starting to westernize. Right. Nation of Sadia? Oh, hello. Hello, little guy. Drampur. Allied with Yarkand. Basically, at this point, we can take everything from Drampur that matters. India, Tibet. I'd actually get less aggressive expansion from my enemies if I returned cores. They liberated Coach and then killed Coach because they had a different religion. Sind. How's your aggressive expansion looking, buddy? It's getting up there, but it's not quite high enough. Another thing I could do is just feed Delhi an enormous amount of land and make them collapse from the inside. That would be fun. That would be very fun. I do have room for another ally. So let's do Dive Viet for the moment. Ooh, Ternate is colonizing now too. For them. You know, they're good for themselves. Of course, I could consume them by protectorating them. It is my trade node. Kinda wonder if I could take that while it's a colony and finish it. This does about finish what I need to do for colonization. That's in my personal interest, at least. So I suppose now that I'm Western, I could create California. Make Cucumber really happy. I would ever so like to attack, but the aggressive expansion. It's high. It's up there. And whomever at ooh, Nepal. Nepal is Hindu. Nepal is Hindu, and I would love to have Nepal. But I don't have a CB. Larissa's not too keen on claiming everyone. That is what I like to see, though. More Hindu nations. If I improve relations enough with Nepal, I could just feed them. I could just take their land by as a protectorate. Lots of people willing to become protectorates. Anybody with a capital outside of India, I'd say. Because I don't want them to be my protectorate when I come for the capital. I think when Mo is done with Bamanas, I will sweep in and pick up whatever's left. Alright, new idea group. So I could go administrative to get the reduced coring and the extra advisor. Humanist to get the better relations over time. But that's pretty much the only thing I really get out of it. Could take a military idea. I think military is smart because I'm actually caught up on military tech. I'm going to try to say deviated from quantity just because it's different than I've been doing. Well, I guess the last couple of games haven't, but I used it so much for so long. Taking defensive would give me a total of 2% attrition just for being on my land. Taking offensive would give me lots of, well, better generals. Siege ability is very good. Well, in my opinion. Discipline's gonna offset my national karma issues. I'll go offensive. Or will I? Force limit doesn't change max manpower. Although I can always rely on mercenaries, so that's fine. Yeah, offensive. Let's do it. Squirrel says quantity. I don't want to do quantity. It's too late in the game. I don't think I'd get as much out of it as I would normally. I absolutely love quantity early in the game. Because that's when you need the numbers the most. It looks like they got out of their war. So let's take all their things. Oh, sadly Delhi won't help me because they like Baumanis. I'm so very worried about my AE. As long as my troops with Malwa. Less than... It's 10 years, so can I guarantee them? I can. If this gives a 10-year truce rather than a 5-year, I'm going to feel pretty dumb. Five-year truce. Did I see that right? Their truce with me didn't change. They can't attack me, but I can attack them in 5 years? Wow, that's, interesting. Come on, Arissa, I see you're a militarist leader. Make some claims, buddy. You can do it. I believe. What is this? What do you think you're doing? Get to work. You must have been there for a long time. My trade power here is even horrendous without them. Didn't change all that much. Ah well. Oh, Bamana still is at war. Interesting. Gonna make England like me. Oh, they'll take an alliance now. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Why? Diplomatic reputation, army strength. They feel threatened by me. Because their colonies nearby. Minus 50 for being allied to them being allied to Spain. Hell yeah, I'm allying England. I'm gonna have to break another alliance. So I don't go over my diplomatic relations limit. But Diaviet's pretty small, and I don't really care, so they'll have to be pissed for a while. That, of course, got rid of the mission I wanted. Hopefully that really strains Spain's relation with them. These guys are revolting way too slowly for my liking. It's almost tempting just to raise or lower autonomy. But then they'll still have unrest when they revolt. Oh man, I'm way below my force limit. Let's see. Just make a whole lot of trade ships. Let's just get 50 of them. Never half-ass, always full-ass. Alright, let's move some troops over to Katai. I want to expand, and they are vulnerable. And they're in my culture group, so it's just good land. Tapua. Tapuya. It amazes me that all these places aren't being just conquered outright. Oh, they're all protectorates. Okay, that makes sense. I remember seeing Itza had actually converted, or became Western. Itza was trying. Hyo did. Pretty cool. Damn, it'll still take 2 wars to get rid of these guys. But who better to do it than Siti Wan Kambang? Heroine of our nation. Don't break the truce. Don't break the truce. 2 months. Should spend that time sailing around to the right place to attack from. Ten years of unrest plus 2? That's a little much. Oh, it's just 1 province. Yeah, whatever. Ayutthaya will help me with this war for just because they trust me so much. Plus 100. What is that? What do they call that? Utterly. They trust me utterly. Wonder that if that's a sliding scale of trust. I lost a claim. That's a shame. These 2, which is better? Let's reclaim Kutai. And the other one, I'll just have to bite the bullet. Or just not take that one. Yeah, that'll be the one I don't take. Perfect. As soon as I have a diplomat. Who are you? Terminate. Yeah, you come back. can only do a conquest of those. Ah, I don't have a claim on this either. That's fine. I don't have to take anything I don't have a claim on. But I'll do a holy war just in case. Goodbye, enemy army. Did General die? She died! No! She was too young. Okay, no. I don't know why, but it doesn't like to leave cannons when you detach an army. So I'd rather manually just leave almost all the cannons here. I that is actually here to help. Beautiful. Ah. Probably should pay attention to this. It's getting close. I do need to make sure that it's handled properly. Because if the separatists take the land, it doesn't have a fort, and therefore it'll have more separatism. It'll be really annoying to deal with. There's 200 here. Gain 200 here. If I wait on this, maybe this will finish and then it'll switch to the other one. It needs it more. Okay, the colony finished. Yeah, so it did switch. So by waiting, rather than gaining like 20 men in this colony, it switched which place people were migrating to this one. So it'll be much more useful. Ooh, Chinaware. Go, terrible general. Show them your ways. Lose karma to lose autonomy and Coromandel? Oh, bandit leader caught. This must finally be the follow-up to the popular bandit. The campaign in Coromandel to catch the leader of the bandits in the area has finally proved successful after about 200 years. During the hunt for him, his popularity has only increased, however, and it is clear that this is a very dangerous man to be alive. The commander of the troops that caught the man recommends that we kill him now and not risk that he may one day incite those who idealize and revolt against us. One of our ministers, however, wishes to remind me that to save a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Nah, kill him. Spain embargoing me. What a joke. Now England's finally getting Scotland. Check that out. They may actually finally form Great Britain. This battle is not going well. I blame my awful general. Timurids have a civil war. Well, goodbye, Timurids. Well, the Ottomans consumed all of Persia. Wow. They're getting a little scary, the Ottomans. They're reaching a little close to India for my tastes. Now, if I ever stops being so lazy and actually captures this, how much nutrition are they eating? It's got to be a lot. 3% a month. I really shouldn't have spent that. Now I'm gonna have to pay over time for my cores. Uh-oh. King dead. .520 Regency. Not great when I'm just took a military idea, but alright. And I really don't have much in the way of revolt risk, so I'm okay with the stability as is. Delhi wants a royal marriage. I say yes, please. Well, at least one strong ally in that area. So I have a claim on all this, so I want to take it. That'll be the deal once this falls. Okay. Looks good to me. How long is that truce? Ah, way too long. Someone needs a guaranteeing. Okay, all this land needs coring, which costs way more than I can afford. So... convert these two. Begin with coring one of them. Conversion should be swift, and there should be no rebel problem, if history serves to tell. And I can't declare war anymore anyway, so I guess I'm letting that aggressive expansion burn away. Pay one Diplo point to guarantee revoke guarantee, which resets my truce timer with them. Kutai. Only 5 years now. And then I'll start claiming them again. North Konkan. Why are you such a troublemaker? Because I never increased your autonomy. That's okay. We'll deal with it when it comes. Tedora, I can't help but notice that your liberty desire is impressively low. But I'll wait to take this, because I don't have the coring capacity right now. Especially with internal conflicts looming. I ought to be able to easily convert all 4 of these provinces before that comes to pass, though. Very comfortably. Right, colony done. We'll wait to core that. I'm looking forward to either constitutional or absolute monarchy. I'm gonna hit admin tech 20, I guess. Build all the coring. It's gonna be a bit. These islands are terrible. Okay, England just gained a huge chunk of Scotland. Is that enough to form Great Britain now? I actually have never formed Great Britain, so I don't know the requirements. Gain Grand Captain. As the army is starting to enjoy fruits of our increased favor, many young... Oh, this is a advisor. No doubt triggered from offensive ideas. Okay, I should revisit my trade since I have a downtime. So I already dominate the Moluccas. Malacca is being invested in from upstream. And to Kutai, who still has 13%. They must have some good ideas. But otherwise, I own it. Actually, I have even better control in Ceylon now, because I own all but one piece of land, which belongs to my vassal. I think. Baumanus has a bit too. No big deal. But instead of trapping the large amount of money I make over here, I could be pushing it upstream. But to make that happen, I'd want more control in Bengal and... yeah, just Bengal. So I can push it through the Moluccas, from the Moluccas to Malacca, to Bengal, and then down to Ceylon, and collect there. That way not a lot of it's being eaten up in Bengal. Which, for the most part, means targeting Bengal when I can. But they have a lot of alliances. I thought I broke those. We're still allied with Malwa. Who I won't have a truce with soon enough, but I don't have any claims on them. And because Orissa's not doing its job, I'm not getting new claims. Troubling. Pegger separatists are being very stubborn. In fact, why don't I go lift? I don't need to lift my men at all. Just walk them. I own this land. Jeez. The reputation of the bandit leader we had executed a few years ago has refused to die with him. While his band of brigands can no longer terrorize traders and endanger the integrity of our roads, the myth of the bandit leader has grown out of all proportion. Eventually, his fate will surely be one of the many old stories told to young kids with little meaning. Right now, however, there's a story told to ridicule Regency Council and his rule. Whatever. I built a courthouse there for a reason. I can make this a trading company. I can actually make a trading company. Huh. Interesting. Australia is not a trading company region, but the Moluccas are. Philippine charter as well. So probably I could go in here and say, hey, start a trading company. Now I've got a trading company in the Philippines. The islands like this are part of. Which will give me more trade power, which is good. There we go. Finally dealt with this. Spain and England did break up their alliance. Sweet. All over me. Kutai separatists are still a bit of a big deal. Guess I never raised autonomy, did I? A myth of the free-spirited bandit leader is everywhere. Aw. Nah, I'm not gonna raise autonomy. I'd rather just kill them all. Which means I want to pay these forts for now. Hey, cucumber. First day of school, huh? I do not miss that. I'll tell you that much. I get France's opinion of me up to 100. Seems unlikely. Seems very unlikely. Well, they haven't rivaled England. So they're still on the table. And I'd rather have them than England because they can help with Spain a lot more than England can. Cucumber, are you asking if we're now dating over you and I agreeing that the first day of school sucks? Because I want to reevaluate if that's the case. Also, clearly, yes. Well, let's get our colonial enthusiasm. Same old colony. They want every damn year. Well, 5 years, I think. Wait, do I still have internal conflicts while I have no conversions to do? What's going on here? Tell me your story. Unrest has to be less than 0 to end the whole thing, but I could just raise stability and it would go away. So that's good to know. How long is this damn regency? 6 more years. You know what? Turn it. You're my protectorate now. Let's cut to the chase here. No liberty desire? You've got the Marshall Islands too. Nah, I just want the Moluccas. Give it. And since you still have no liberty desire, give me your colony too. Oh, it worked! I can just take it as a colony. Newcomer, I question your judgment, considering my voice, at least in my opinion, is absolutely atrocious over this microphone. I can't even stand to unmute my stream for longer than it takes to just check that I'm still making sound. It's awful. Alright, I really should save some admin power to raise stability. Let's get rid of this colony. And, no. And 2 more. Hold on a sec. But the Kutai separatists. I'll just take the prestige hit. Take the lazy way out. It's good to be the emperor. Which colony is more done? This one by far. this is a problem. How long is it going to take to core? Wait. Ah. It was no problem all along. You know, I should claim these first. I wonder if that helps. Can't fabricate on a subject. Damn. Yeah, I like this idea of taking their colonies right before they're done. So they just pay for the whole damn colony. Then I swoop in, take it, and put a colonist in there to switch the culture. Alright, I do have to get rid of this unrest. It's becoming a problem. Kurtai separatists, Hindu zealots. Hindu zealots? I converted you. Ah, well. The North Tonkins as met. I can raise autonomy here, that's no problem. I can also take this province. At this point, that would be comfortable. Yeah. You are Tidor. Give me Aru. That should solve that problem. I'm going to leave the fort here and fund it while there's a rebel chance, and then I'll get rid of it. Just in case. Oh, Hindu zealots. I might have to take a hit here. Let's wait for the tick of the month. Just to see. Okay. Oh. No. Change of plans. The tie gets saved first. Because there's no fort over there. I want to take out this army before they happen to merge up, although they might fight each other. I'm not sure about that. That would be nice. But I'm not going to take the chance at the moment. That was an already depleted army. Just pick one of these that's more defensible. The jungle, of course. Wait them out. Tidori's making a colony in Australia. I'll allow it. Where's my AE at after all this? It's not the worst. We'll go with the unrest reduction for the moment and then switch them out soon. Still 5.2. No, it'll go away. Active missionary. So the bastion is gone. Alright, Hindu Zealots, where are you gonna go? Come on. Pick a direction. I really ought to be fabricating claims left and right. This is, negligent of me. Can you westernize over a strait? don't remember. Alright, I had a mission to catch up to Spain in military, right? That'll do it. Use up some of that manpower. Still wants me to befriend France. I really don't see it happening. Not with a plus 60 and still being at 30. Unless they'd want to ally me. Nah, I don't see that happening. Not unless I took land near them. Wouldn't that be funny? Take, like, the Belarus. Ah, what are you doing now? That is attacking someone again. Conquest of Luang Prabang. Oh, they're just eating Langshan. I'm gonna have to be careful from now on to ensure that my borders also touch a country that I want to attack. Because Orissa is not claiming things. And I don't want to integrate them yet because they're my only reasonable, my only vassal that I can get in the region. Because nobody else is westernizing off of me. I guess that's the other benefit of having a border with other people. Well, there goes my truce. What was that? Someone started to westernize. Archon, your limited desire is awfully low. Anything you'd be willing to part with at the moment? No. Alright, he's not moving. I'm gonna go for him. Trading in tea, yeah. Because I needed to save that money. Better relations over time, but there's only a +1. Is it worth it? Yeah, I'll pay a Diplo point a month for that. Absolutely. Wow. Didn't take it. Interesting. Two more years of this Regency Council. This is rough. Turn it has no liberty desire still. Why don't I take something else? Give me the Marshall Islands. Mine now. You know, it would be an interesting nation to play as someone that starts in Oceania. I guess Australia counts. There is actually no nation that starts there. Hey, Ming's actually making a comeback. Looks like they've re-stabilized the Celestial Empire. Damn Bengal and their many, many alliances. It is too big a power block. Hey, Pineapple. How's it going? Well? Spin me your tail. Australia trade node. This is Lima trade node. Midway is untaken. Might as well take Midway. What trade node is this part of? California. Hawaii is part of California. Okay. So how much power do I have there? 2%. Okay, as soon as my regency ends, I am going to have to start pushing into India again because, looking at the date, I know conquest can accelerate later in the game, but I really want to start making my way through India. You have most of the island east of Brunei. You mean, the Philippines? Or do you mean whatever this is? Fleet equal or larger to the Ottomans 142. Can I pull that off? Oh, I can absolutely pull that off. Let's have ourselves a naval race. Not only can I pull that off, I can just make I can make 15 transports. That's a thing that I could use. And then do like 20 trade ships. And I did it again. I left these trade ships just sitting here forever. Let's have you working in Ceylon. Take a military idea, or I could just wait for the next military tech. How good's the idea? Recruitment time, pretty awful. Tabaristan's westernized. Okay, they're moving across. The Ottomans ever do it? Nope. Tabaristan is beginning to westernize. Off of who? Crimea. Well, time to get called into a war. No, I broke my alliance with Diviet. Good. Okay, so about half a year left. What other claims do I want to make? Take that, Ottomans. Sind, allied with Yarkand, Baluchistan, Bengal, and Delhi. Bengal is allied with Delhi, Jaunpur, Malwa, and Sind. Malwa is only allied with the Timurids and Bengal. Well, I know what the target is. And then, of course, there's Brahmanas, which allied Delhi. Excellent. Fantastic. We started claiming. Ah, damn you, Orissa. Education for an emperor. Okay. Let's see. What do we want? The heir is a 324. I don't really need the dip points so much, although I am behind in dip tech. It's rather inconsequential. I've been getting by with 2 dip for a while. What do I need most? I need military. To get my military tech up, I need... Oh, that's development. Administrative efficiency... Oh, administrative efficiency. That's a really good one. That's the one that lets me take more land. Actually, this is important to understand. I need to know if it reduces the thing where people get mad at you for taking stuff. No, it doesn't. So I can increase chaos, but it also reduces coring costs if I recall correctly. I just closed the tab I had open. Yeah, boost his admin. He needs to run this country. Now in theory I'll get a pop-up saying, hey, just improve this thing. Popular and noble. Good, good. Alright. Yeah, now he's a good emperor. Quartalo. No problem. Don't need to pay these forts anymore. I probably don't even need both forts. Nah. Just one. Holy War OP. Holy War is pretty good. I'll give you that. I could... Okay, Bamalas is going to be my key for crushing Delhi. Oh, Delhi still has the truce with Malwa. For how long? A little over a year. I think that's actually worth waiting for. Guess I'll have to go kill Madurai. It's been so long, my general died again. Bamalas is westernizing. Do I leave them alive and vassalize them and use them to take land, or do I not do that? I I could call who in after I declare. Delhi? Oh. I lose this. Slow down, game. Oh, glad to hear your campaign's going well, Pineapple. It's rather nice not having to core these anymore. You two porter forward boats. Yeah, I do a lot of, when I'm that small, I do a lot of funding shuffling. Like right now, I just make money hand over foot, so everything's at full maintenance. But at the beginning of this campaign, my army was often at 0 maintenance. As well as, my fleet, not so much because I like the trade ships to be working properly. But I often mothballed everything else, so. Managing your funds is pretty important at that point. My allies still love me, so that's all well and good. How does England feel? Should really pay attention to their wants and needs. Still threatened. Oh yeah, when you're colonizing, you have to pay your troops. That's true. At least somewhat. Depending on a lot of factors. Okay. He's still got his truce, but that lasts until August. So in 2 months, Malwa can get a piece of my mind. Is Delhi already at war with these guys? Who is this? Bengal? I mean, that's what I mean, Bengal. With a lot of them, yeah. That's actually perfect. Although I do want them to join in this war so I can break their alliances again. It's kind of important. Okay, Bengal will join. Luckily it's trust. Timurids won't. I won't have to deal with the Timurids. That's pleasing. Come one, come all. Come watch the fall. Can't imagine they have more than 30,000 troops, so I'll just move up with my everything. Yeah, Malacca needs some work. Is there 20,000? That shouldn't be an issue. In fact, let's 100% blockade them. Did Delhi not join me? Did they break their alliance with me? No? What's going on here? Not sure what's up with Delhi, but don't much like it. I suppose I should be having my fleet focus on Bengal. That was foolish of me. Malwa's Miltech is probably going to be pretty bad. Yeah, not great. Do I have a military leader? I do not. Well, you know, I don't think I need one. Just go. We'll murder them with numbers. Hindu zealots. I had to raise autonomy here, didn't I? Oh, that's fine. They'll be gone in a moment. Where are you guys going? Oh, their army's going all the way to Bengal, huh? Makes this easy. So for whatever reason, Delhi can't join this war. Where should you move your capital in the Malacca node? Are you trying to do the same thing I'm doing, where you're covering the spice must flow at the same time? Well, I don't think it matters in Malacca, as long as it's in Malacca. The Moluccas was good for the time, and I earned a lot of money there. But Malacca would be better because then you could feed the Moluccas to it. I don't think the location actually matters because you're just the fact that you have your main port in that node. That's a lot of men. Do I have an area? No. Whew. It's doing pretty well. What is Bengal's Miltech? 17 to my 20? It's not great, but he does have the general. He's got a 3-3 general. Whereas I don't. Fleet's getting on my nerves. Oh, I see. They're allied with Delhi in another war. Must have started about the same time. Since Bengal's coming over here. No, they're going up there. It's fine then. I'm just gonna get access through Delhi. And I'll go give him a piece of my mind. How did Rissa get over here? Does Rissa have open borders with someone? Huh. Arissa, you crafty fiend. Okay, this could turn bad fast. Shows me for not wanting a general over tech. I can improve my cannons. I think I will. Where are you going? Oh, they're fighting rebels? They're fighting rebels. Let's do a little meet and greet. Does this scare you? No, it does not. It should. Allow me to demonstrate. Did I merge these? Whoops. It's actually a good siege general, too. This fort will not fall. 84%. How often do you see it get that high? Wow. They're on the move. What level 4? It's only a level 3 fort, too. Bengal, you don't know the meaning of surrender. Allow me to elucidate. Where are you going? Tell you, you're going nowhere. That's where you're going. Dead end. Portugal rivaled me. Of course they did. Alright. Bengal shouldn't be able to support their armies for too much longer. I'm just gotta make sure they can't retake anything. Oh, I caught his fleet, and he has nowhere to dock. So yeah, goodbye, Bengali fleet. Oh wow, did he kill 2 of my ships? He did. Well, you know, good on him. Well done. Almost done here. I'll just loot their lands in the meantime. Now, taking land from someone who isn't a co-belligerent is actually extremely expensive. As much as I would like to do it right now. I would love this province, actually. How bad would it be? Pretty rough. Yeah, I've really got to manage that overextension, or aggressive expansion until a point where I can afford to do what I want with them. Truce until 65. Well, I can reduce that. I'll lose karma? Yeah, that would be a problem. Don't want to lose karma. Lose karma, that'd be a travesty. Okay, I'm going to break all their alliances and take their money. Next month I'll guarantee them, and the month after that I will revoke the guarantee. And then we'll see who's boss. It's me. Alright, Mama, I think I have all the score on you I need. So, if I use this as my... You don't understand how a new colony just decides that they can make Chinaware. Well, clearly you've never been a colonist. So, I think I might use this as the point where I start really ramping up my offense. Scoring costs are about to drop. I can feed Orissa a whole bunch of land. Hell, I could give them this. It'd piss off everybody but Delhi in the area. Mawla Sindh, Bundelkhand, Rampur, Bengal, Bamanas. It's nobody new. Out of curiosity, if I transfer their capital, I clear the offer and I say, hey, I want you to be protectorate. Would that make them my protectorate, or would it make them Orissa's? Probably mine, because it's a protectorate. I'm uncertain as to whether you can give vassals to vassals that way. It's a clean 100%. What more can you ask? I'm near 2 provinces for me to convert. Aggressive expansion is a little high, but not with anybody that really matters. Okay, Delhi is a little high, but, you know, they're my friends. They'll forgive me. Do they love me? Friendly. Let's actively keep them that way. Alright, rivals. Oh, I've already rivaled Portugal. I guess I started it. My bad. Guarantee Bengal. And since Delhi wasn't in on that last war, they can get in on this next one. Let's guarantee Malwa as well. Now, if I had a third vassal, this would be a lot easier, because I could just equally divide up these countries and just keep going without needing to stop to core. I have too many relations, so I better revoke my core on Malwa. That's my motivation. Oh, Sunway would like me to transfer my trade power to them. Think about it. So let's see. Administrative efficiency 20%. I currently have 19% overextension. Should I wait on this? How much do I need to core? Oh, not that much. Baglano is cheap as hell. Now my overextension is only 15.2. And they're cheaper to core now. So yeah, that was obviously the right choice. Clearly that was intentional and well thought out by me. Just make sure that Urissa's not in a heap of trouble. Nah, that's perfectly fine. I think a lot of this land is kind of garbage. 3, 5, yeah. So in 5 years I get to attack again. Meanwhile, Arakan's got low liberty desire. So 35. It's a little under, it's like -5, -10. But to steal their land from them, I'm going to want around -50. Arissa's liberty desire is delightfully low. And I would love to attack Sind and my buddy here, Brahmanas, who is still westernizing. If they succeed, I could vassalize them and feed Sind to them. This could also be a decent time to switch my primary node back to Ceylon. Then pump a lot of money into Bengal, collect in Ceylon. You've had 4 regencies already? That's it's pretty rough, dude. Arissa, please. Please make claims, Arissa. Luckily, they had enough admin to core all of this right away. I'm kind of impressed. Well, almost all of it. Why not form Malaya? That's a good question, and the answer is in the achievement that's specific to Ceylon. The Buddhist Strikes Back is the achievement in which Ceylon, specifically Ceylon, captures all of India and converts it to Theravada Buddhism. So the country name matters. Now forming Malaya is a different achievement, and the reason I have set that up is so that I can do that achievement immediately after completing the Buddhist Strikes Back. I don't need to apologize, it's a good question. It's not perfectly obvious, which actually is part of why I get a kick out of it. I didn't even think of it until I started trying to figure out how to survive a Ceylon. So force limits, my navy could use a restoration. Let's do 2 transports. And 10 more trade. Too many cowards. Lose 10,000 manpower. It's a tenth of my manpower. One of these is a lot faster than the other. Why? Development. Guess I should have known that right off the bat. When does my truce end? I have a truce with Meng Yang. $1661. That sounds pretty reasonable. Is the Iron Man gauntlet symbol only below the date in beta? I assume you mean before you load in, and I couldn't tell you without looking. I know there's a checkbox in the lower left when you're selecting a nation, and I know if it's on a save, there will be an icon on the little bar that represents the save file. But beyond that, I can't think of anything. You know what would be amazing? If Ming actually... Oh, they lost land again. Ning broke free. If Ming actually restored its borders. That would be amazing. Cheaper dip tech. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. And now on the vast majority of the Goa trade mode node 2. Somewhat tempting to put my trade capital there instead. Hey Santian, how you doing? I'm good. I'm a little drowsy for some reason, so... You know, beyond the fact that it's 1 o'clock here. Peasants in Wake? Oh, that's them. Whatever. If the peasants win, are they going to raise autonomy? And if they raise autonomy, is this going to be, like, free for me to take? Yep, Ceylon continues to grow. And bear in mind, Orissa is my vassal, so... There's me. Was it including my other subjects in that? It was. So, like, Arakan is my protectorate, as well as a couple of these islands. I'm abusing protectorates, so I made protectorates. I made protectorates that had like good trade hubs, and I just started taking their land. Anybody that isn't good for, as an ally, I'm just like, hey, you wanna be a protectorate? All the best EU4 games are difficult at the beginning. And then you steamroll. There's a part where you could lose, and then you don't. And then everyone else dies. I have way too much money. Let's make some buildings. Let's make some buildings. Let's make some barracks. Oh yeah. Fine use of money. Who am I planning to conquer now? I'm going to attack Bengal again. I just got out of a war with them. Did the whole guarantee, just kidding, not guaranteeing thing. And I'm going to attack them. I see they've made new allies in Bamanas and Assam. Assam can't save them, I guarantee that. I broke all their alliances. All the northern Indians here have these really annoying alliance webs with each other. It makes them very hard to kill. So I attacked Malwa, who has been the local punching bag for a while. And so they don't have a lot of alliances. So I attacked them in order to get to Bengal, who was their only ally of note, and broke Bengal's alliances and let them go with a warning. Colonize California. Are you from California or something? Is that why you're so eager for that? There's so much more useful stuff over here where I can get trade from. Plus, if I have a colonial nation, there's a chance they'll start wars that they'll pull me into that I don't want any part of. Should you ignore admin and diplo text until you westernize? I have leveled them sparingly. Diplo doesn't matter unless you have vassals, in which case they could have higher Diplo than you. And it gives them more liberty desire. So for me, who is this country? Madurai had a very high liberty desire, and I was trying very hard to ensure that they were very happy with me. And that was because their dip tech was so much higher than mine. Then their army was nearly as big as mine, but still. Holy crap. Delhi has an enormous army. I'm glad they're on my side. 76,000. Cap of 90. From San Francisco, that explains it. Explains it. Nah, I don't have enough money. Like, I'm not making enough money a month, so I need to colonize things close to me so I can make money from them. I'm very poor. I think it's 2 years until the truce is up. 61. Colonize, conquer. See, look at this. Even my missions are saying it. Fill your coffers. Fill our coffers. Conquer Kandesh. Oh, would I love to. Have at least 2,000 ducats. Lose 1 inflation. Actually, yeah, that sounds pretty good. Pineapple. You don't know my Ceylon. Don't try to compare your hardships to mine. A noble gets the what? Okay, hold on. That's this thing. She turned around. She looks at you. Have you prayed lately, Kitri Sri Rajasima? The question underscores the distance between you that, for the past year, has been growing. I think you should. I do. Almost every night. You laugh. For all her human flaws, she is still your wife. She draws closer, the hint of a smile spreading across her face. What are you laughing at? Kitri Why is she addressing me by my full name every time? Options. I just realized how much you mean to me. Get an heir. An heir that looks okay, but... Or, the economy is doing laughably good. Haha! Just gain a whole lot of money. And I lose prestige and legitimacy for it. This is a I don't know, I love the flavor text. It's so good. Conquer Borneo? Who do you think I am, Asantian? Do I want that heir? Or do I want to gamble? Considering dip is the least important thing to me, I'll take it. The Academy, fools. Pronounce that heir's name. Alright, I'll try. Hold on. Buvanai Kabahu. Buvanai Kabahu. Buvanai Kabahu. Bamana says reactionaries, no. Well, they're trapped over here at least. I just had an offensive idea. Whoa, both my colonists are free. What is this? I could send them to, like, California, but let's send them somewhere useful. I love that Theravada Buddhists. If there were a ton of Theravada nations, you would get so many free Diplo points from the occasional monastery exchange event. Holy crap. I wish I could see a count of how much Diplo power I've gotten. Just from that. Hundreds. Many hundreds. I could take another idea. I don't think I can afford an idea anywhere. What would I take if I could take one more idea? Probably administrative to reduce coring costs? Okay, good. They're coring the last province. Now, Bengal would take 2 wars to completely consume for me. Ceylonese peasants. And Yas Sudarso. Oh, this is a stolen colony. You're right, it also means a ton of prestige, yeah. Not to mention, it makes it really easy to maintain allies over here. Theravada monk exchange, plus 34. Improve relations, plus 26. Don't even need that. Diviet loves me. I have no improved relation. I broke alliance with them. Theravada monk exchange, plus 31. Diviet doesn't start as Theravada, by the way. I don't know what happened. They must have had a revolt. Lanshang! They were down to 1 province. What happened? They got all their Diviet provinces back. Theravada monk exchange, plus 37. The Sunway's getting huge, too. Can you imagine just going around, like, in the old days when you could create nations, you could create vassals, and they'd be your religion every time? Just creating these guys? I wonder if it works with your vassals. So if you just had, like, tons of protectorates that were the same Theravada religion you were, all these little nations, could you just rake in all that? That would be cool. Alright, I should be making claims. I should be checking Europeans for a better alliance. The French are friendly with me. Why is this? Why do we have no distance between borders penalty? What happened? France, what have you done? I don't see anything French. For some reason they lost their distance between borders penalty, and I don't understand why. But if I take a French alliance, I will never have to worry about Spain. Because even if they come for me, the French will destroy them on the mainland. Now this might turn away the English, because they are rival to the French. But France serves my purposes far better. And England's just scared of me, so they're not going to attack me. And I'm okay with dropping, like, one of my alliances over here in order to keep this. Let's see. I could just drop my British alliance. kind of rather have the locals over here. And somebody's at 19 mil tech. It's actually better off than Delhi. An easier choice here. Yeah, I'll just drop Britain. Our agreement no longer serves my interests, Great Britain. I signed up to be an ally of England. You've changed your name and voided the agreement. The Sunway's westernizing. Alright. Off of me. Sadly, that probably means they'll be largely useless. Hello, expert dude. These peasants, I don't know about them. Hell, if I really have to, I still have troops on that island. I can just walk over there and stop them. There we go, filled my coffers. Let's get France's opinion up. Now that mission is very doable. Alright, Arissa. Looks like Malwa might die here to Sind. That's okay. If I full annex Malwa, whatever's left of them, I get their vassal. As long as their vassal's not released in this war. The king and I have the same name and stats. Cloning comes early. Indian science. Originality, however, not their strong suit. Muscovy and Russia exist. Do they really? Holy crap, Novgorod formed Russia. Great Republic. It's a merchant republic. Well done, Novgorod. Well done indeed. Thanks for pointing that out. It's very interesting. Okay, I've got the... I almost got the admin points for it. I'm gonna move my... trade capital soon. Actually, I used Diplo for that, so I can do it now. Lately, you've seen Novgorod form Russia more often. Sometimes these patches change things. Not entirely a surprise. I kind of want to destroy Sinhalese, my original culture. Get some perverse pleasure out of that. Please don't kill Nepal, Drumpur. They're mine. Alright, my truce should be up. Whoa, okay, that's theirs. Oh, my truce is up. I can go to war with about minus. How's the new world look? In just a moment and I'll show you. Delhi won't join. Delhi's being a little bitch. Okay. I'm kind of tempted to marry Delhi. You know what? Nah, I'll just improve relations with him. Alright, New World. You got New Spain, you got Florida, you got Spanish Louisiana. That is currently occupied by Choctaw, of course. It looks like California has already been constructed in the last couple of years, actually. So, there you go. Portugal dominates in South America. There's one notable, what is this, Inti? Inti Kingdom left. It's being eaten. Britain owns a little bit of land in Mexico and Colombia. How can you marry Delhi if they have a regency? The way it works is you can marry anyone anytime. What matters is who marries who, because my king sends a relative to them, right? And they get married to one of their relatives. It doesn't even have to be to them specifically. That's not how it works. I don't think. Who's there in Baja California? That would be me. So I send someone to their royal family to get married. And as soon as my character dies, that royal marriage ends. They could do the same thing, I think, as soon as their regency council ends, or maybe it'll be attached to their heir, who will be king. As soon as that person dies, whichever one it's attached to, that royal marriage would end. So it depends on who sends it. Ah, I lost my... Malwa is starting to westernize after they, Okay, sure. They started to westernize right before they died, or their land was lost. Ceylonese, hey, no problem. Ceylonese, Mexico, yeah. I was being encouraged by a few people to expand my colonial enterprises in the New World. I basically just put these there for the Land of Eastern Jade achievement, and this one so I could westernize off of Brittany, who never actually completed their colony, and have been occupied by Catholic zealots here for, I think, several hundred years. I don't know. They're weird. Okay. I do need to have a diplomat so I can declare war. Because Delhi... it's going down. Assuming will help me. Brahmanas and Assam will help them. Brahmanas is allied to Delhi, so I don't want to co-belligerize them. Assam, nah, I don't care about them. Nope. Drit for Bengal. Surprise. Take no chances, nor prisoners. Well, hello. Were you hoping to actually be of use over here? Because I'm going to kill you. Buddhists are peaceful, Theravada are not. I provide clear evidence to support that assessment. Got Assam to worry about. That's fine. They're no problem. Convince Myanmar of this. I'm not familiar with whatever is going on over in Myanmar, so... This is just a peaceful intervention to stop the heathens' constant bloody wars between each other. There you go. He's pretty convincing. I'm convinced. Get out of there. Why would it send all cannons? Why? Why, game? Why do I still have so many mercenaries? Why? It's not enough. How many do I need? Fort level 4. Where do you see that? I need exactly one more. Really? Maximum fort level 4. Fort level 4. I don't understand. Okay. See you, cucumber. Have a good night. Cowards again. No. I'm actually perfectly fine on manpower. I'm not sitting at a comfortable 0 like I had been for the first 100 years. Yeah, colonizing in Ceylon is not fast, especially if you're used to playing a Western colonizer. They get so many bonuses, It's pretty absurd. See ya, expert. Brahmanis is westernized. Brahmanis could use a good colonizing, if you know what I mean. Are they, or are they not in this war? They are, sadly. I don't think they want to be, though. This will give me a 5-year truce. Perfect. Oh, you said bye to cucumber? Okay. Alright. Much looting was had. Sadly, this wasn't a holy war, so I'm going to have to save my Diplo points to take land for Orissa. Suppose I could send some of these men up to Assam to deal with them. Unless they'd just like to stop it and go away. No? That's a shame. Now what am I getting out of this? I have one claim that I could make from here. I'll take that for myself. And the rest, I'll feed the coast to Orissa. Or do I take the coast myself? I kind of want the trade spots. So if I take these from me, 60% over extension, 86 diplo power, a good chunk of aggressive expansion. Then I give the rest to Orissa. Okay, now we're stretching it. I'll take this out. There we go. 98. I know I saw a stack of Assamese troops wandering around somewhere. Oh, well, that would explain that. Let's turn on some forts. Slow them the hell down. As soon as I take these forts, they'll give up, though. Oh, we went bankrupt? Sure did. Suckers. They're still westernizing, though. My capital is in Java, that's correct. That's where my people belong. Rebels broke Mawa. No loss of land, though. Conquer Kandesh. It's theirs now. Alliance with Delhi is troublesome. I have to pull Delhi into another war if they will accede to it. You know, I can stymie that little incursion quite easily just by sending a troop. Yeah, my navy over here. The battle navy. They can't cross. I won't need to pay this garrison at all. Go away. Assam. You tired of this yet? Oh, yeah, you are. Pay me for the trouble. What you did to my people. Ditch your alliance with Brahmanas as well, because I'm coming for him. And I can't be having that. Or I could just end the war, because I've already gotten what I want. Nah, I want more. Always more. Nobody else is in this, right? Good. Bengal. Ooh, this will piss off a lot of people. Shun? Shun will be mad about this? Shun is Muslim. Okay. Assam succeeded in the siege of Johor at -7%. I didn't see it. Hey, False, good to see you. I'm doing this anyway. Screw it. Bring on the coalitions. Wow, these are going to take a long time to convert. Maybe I core them first. This time. Does anyone know why sometimes a very random province will convert religion? It's 1600 and there's just a single Ibadi province in the middle of Persia in my game. Yeah, do you have humanism? Because humanism... I don't know if it's humanism specifically or just a very high tolerance. But that will cause you to flip religion in random provinces. I had that as an issue in my Ottoman campaign a long time ago. If it's not your province, it could have just been a rebellion that zealots moved over. And now I've got Holy War against Bengal. So, aggressive expansion. I've got some. The Timurids in Baluchistan won't want to be in it for very long, neither will Bukhara. And everybody else is going to feel too weak to really do anything about it. That's why you don't take Humanist. That is a terrible reason not to take Humanist. Humanist is amazing. Let me tell you all the reasons Humanist is one of my favorite. First of all, religious unity means those flipped provinces won't be a big deal. Along with the tolerances, they'll just be they just won't be ideal. Better relations over time, in my opinion, one of the best modifiers in the game, because it lets you do what I'm doing, but more. Accepted culture threshold, minus 50%. Pretty strong up until the point where you're huge. Years of separatism, don't have to worry about the revolt risk. National unrest, minus 2, globally. Amazing. Honestly, I'd take them about 50-50. It depends on where you are, whether you want religious or humanist, and I haven't really had a situation where I felt like I should have both. Like right now, obviously I want religious because I'm the only Buddhist on India which I have to conquer. Alright, it's about now that I need to start... Oh, look at that. Nepal, doing work. I need to start juggling truces, if possible. If you convert stuff in the future, they will never rebel. Not necessarily. It helps a lot. If you have both, nothing will ever rebel. You know what, Bengal? I like you now. I'm going to guarantee you. Nah, I changed my mind. See you in 5 years. Ottomans are starting to westernize. That's actually really good news for me, this late in the game, because it's going to hold them back from keeping up with military. Tech in general. My tech is actually better than theirs, except for Diplo, of course. It might cause them to disintegrate, though probably not because they're Ottomans and they take humanists and they have very humanist-like default ideas. Basically, they won't take up and they won't expand as hard. I was kind of dreading that they might push further east and end up in India and I'd have to take land from them. That would be awful. Let's go ahead and raise autonomy in these provinces, because I don't want to deal with their whining. Tapuria has started to westernize for the third or fourth time. No, they have become westernized. Is that what you said? Not yet, if you were talking about the Ottomans. Conquer Tripura now. Ah. Is that in India? Damn, it is. I could go after them. This whole area I have to take and... Oh, India's highlighted here. I have to take India, so I have to take this. And they won't give me much of aggressive expansion. Of course, Holy War is not going to work. But I can just take the mission for that. Claim. Maldives? What about them? Hell, they're not even India. It's a great place for a vacation. Don't know much about the Maldives. Aha, Delhi will join me for this war. That's good to know. Very good to know. Alright. Perhaps I should start integrating Orissa. I'll need a diplomat for that. And frankly, I just don't have the money to spare to hire a new one. Okay. Shang Oirat, Yue, and Sadia. Well, I need Sadia as well. So I could bring in Koch and Utsang as a if I make them a co-belligerent. Or I could just deal with them later. That seems like the smarter route anyway. Let's full annex Manyang, shall we? So is it still... Yeah, full annex isn't a thing anymore, so you can't get cheap full annexation. So this will cost Diplo power. Of course, I should pay attention to how much these provinces are going to cost, because I don't have the admin at the moment. So I ought to wait a bit. Why won't someone join me in that war? Ah, because I already invited them to a war. That's reasonable. 200 settlers in Leh. Yeah, sweet. Gonna have to redistribute some of these men, but yeah. I'm sick of seeing this warning about the peasants, so I'm gonna take half of these guys. And put them here where the problem is. Actually, that's not gonna help much, is it? Oh, if I get rid of overextension, they're just gone, so. I'll wait. Kong is westernized. I got worried for a second. I thought they were Asian, but they're African. Oh, they're one of the big players over here this time. And Benin. I love how this region is so chaotic that you see different names there every damn time. Thank you very much, France. I look forward to a long and prosperous relationship. Hassa is attacking the Mamluks. Oh, Hassa's big. Just waiting for dem cores. Bah. I think a minor legitimacy hit is well within tolerable ranges. I was gonna say Delhi is scary strong compared to me, but I gained like 40 force limit when I wasn't paying attention. Not enough for 10 more trade ships. Let's see. Let's get myself some stacks. Let's do one of them for now. Could always raise my force limit through buildings. Haida. Forget where that is. Oh! Okay. Canadian natives are changing their ways. There, I've almost got Papua all to myself. Mutapa refuses. Mutapa. Apparently I have trade power over here. I don't know why else they'd embargo me. I guess by default, but... all that tropical wood I've got is suddenly more valuable. I have no idea where to find some. One of the best advisors for my country. Only the biggest armies. All the excitement coring has to offer, right here. Drumpur has been exiled from India and is now Buddhist. I approve. This is the longest set of conversions I've had to do pretty much all game. 13 war exhaustion and your capital occupied. Things are going badly. It sounds like it's not great. Just think of it this way. If you have to restart, it's better that it happened really early than it, like, when it happened to me the first time. When I had all of Sumatra and then it fell apart. That was disheartening. Okay, that's chronologically late. That's true. How much land do you have, though? Because if it's a war that you can just take the punishment and recover from later, that's fine. I would have been literally destroyed in mine. I probably would have been full annexed. Sunway wants a royal marriage. Yeah, I kind of want you to stay, my friend. So, I'll marry your Regency Council. And now we can see when his Regency Council ends if the royal marriage ends, or if it's attached to his king-to-be instead. I assume it is, but I don't know for sure. Delhi wants a royal marriage. I'll agree to it, but I'm going to marry him. Because my king is older, and I might want it to end. Lost inflation for free. I think that must be an admin event. My inflation, I haven't bought this down in a very long time, since I was taking a lot of loans in the early game. Not a lot of loans, actually. A few necessary loans. Do I vassalize Brahmanas, or do I just consume them? Just salt the land and burn your kingdom to the ground. If you can't have it, no one can. Yeah, what's that little battery thing next to your name? What's that all about? Turbo? Is that a Twitch thing? I mean, obviously it's a Twitch thing, but... Help me, I'm ignorant. Turbo is no added extra storage time for VODs. Storage for VODs you make, or VODs you can see? Oh, so you can make it so you don't have fluorescent pink by mistake? VODs you make. Okay. Fair enough. What do they last by default? Like 2-3 weeks? The truce with Brahmanas ended. 30 days by default, 60 with turbo. Alright. Yeah, that's very fair. 30 days is plenty. And plus with the ability to export those, like the built-in YouTube export mechanic, it's just so easy to save anything you want to save. Twitch is an excellent service, I think. You used to use adblock, but you learned it doesn't support the partner streamers that you like. Yeah, actually, I have an adblock set up for certain sites, and then I specifically tell it to let through ads on other sites. That's how I deal with that. Malwa westernized. Okay. Malwa. I'm going to vassalize you, and I'm going to feed you Delhi. France wants me to fight Flanders, Great Britain, British Columbia, British Mexico, Australia, Provence, Holstein, and the Hansa. This is a war they started. Well, it's an important alliance for me, so I'm going to take it. Who the hell is on their side on it? Like, what do they think? Why are they doing this? They have Austria. Austria is not busy. Let's see how this pans out. Okay, Austria's in it. Suddenly, World War. I'm only slightly concerned that they're going to try to come and kill my ships, because I can't afford new ships. Honestly, worst comes to worst, I know my heavies are actually terrible because they're original, where are they? They're original Carracks. They're early Carracks. And I accept that it's weak, and if they want to come and kill me, they pretty much can. Where are you guys? The Moluccas? I'm gonna go to Malacca instead. Get you away from Australia. Because I don't care to fight in this war, I just want to... Like, if it comes down to it, if things look bad, I'll make sure my land's not taken, and I'll start... I don't know, I'll go to Australia or something. But I don't think I'm going to have to fight all that much in this war. I'm a peripheral ally. If I'm lucky, they'll actually take these colonies off of me. I don't want them. My income from these is so small compared to the rest of my income that it's just inconsequential. But it's France and Austria, so they'll probably just win. When did the New World start to show dynamic names? The first time I noticed it was in my... what was it? My Spanish campaign. Where, just like this, English Columbia, as it used to be, became British Columbia. So I think it might have been 1.0 1.12? That's the first time I saw it. Might have been earlier. Oh, you know what it must have been? It must have been whenever they let you customize. Yeah, it must have been 1.12 because you can now customize your subject details. Like if I had a colonial nation, I could customize it. They must have worked it into that. That's my guess. Mm-hmm. Kathiawar. I do take them all away. I can actually feed them. Oh, they have claims everywhere. I want them. I want them inside me. Okay. Yeah, let's get a war with them going. Oh, beautiful. They're allied with Bengal and only Bengal. So I can come vassalize them when I attack Bengal. Nice job, Pineapple. You mean that, like, in the literal sense, you got humiliation in a peace deal? Or do you mean you just stuck it to him? If so, excellent turnaround. What was I looking at? Peace timer. 68. Ah, this year. Okay, let's do this. Delhi still won't join. Ah! Australians. The worst kind of people. Okay, so I guess I do have to dedicate some men to this. Where's my transport fleet? I'll even put my general on it. Battle of Sunda Strait. I lost something there. No matter. Surprise! Their tactics are way better than mine. Because the discipline is 15 points higher, and yeah, pretty much that. It's a nice, easy thing to colonize. If there's anything I even want to colonize, just take this island. Well, at least that revolt's out of the way. Did I almost lose that one? It looked like I almost lost it. I think I did. Then Ceylon and Arakan came in and saved me. Or Orisa and Arakan. Well, glad they were there. Am I recording these right now for YouTube? It's not for YouTube. It's basically I just put things up on YouTube afterward. I don't edit it or anything, it's just the same crap. I figure if I'm the kind of person who watches every one of DDRJ's campaigns all the way through, there's gotta be some people crazy enough that would want to see it. Ah, shit. It's getting real over here. If you think I'm the best EU4 streamer ever, I'd encourage you to look around. I've been doing this, oh god. I've been doing this for actually close to a year now, off and on, and I'm still baffled that anybody watches at all. But there's a few crazy people who seem to like it, so here I am. It's a lot more fun, basically, for me to do this. I don't know enough Mandarin to do that. I just recently found people to practice speaking with. I am extremely excited. I've had a great deal of difficulty pinning that down. Eventually, the dream is to play like Ming in Mandarin. That's what I want to do eventually, or Manchu. That's exactly why I haven't played those campaigns yet. Infantry shock's starting to look pretty attractive. Dooming. Eventually. Like I said, I want to get to a point where I can at least, like, do a really broken Mandarin cast, and then, I don't know, learn what I don't know through it. But if it's not in writing, I could barely ask for directions right now, so. Not to mention, to mention, understand when somebody was trying to respond. Alright, I need to totally overwhelm this stack. It's the only way I'm going to beat it. Ah, their siege ability is so good! Should get a cheap 1080p monitor to fill out the screen for YouTube. Just like play on that monitor so it fits the YouTube better. Never really thought about that. Like I said, YouTube has been very secondary. It was more like, hey, I can do this. And it takes me like a minute per episode, per session to do. So that's why I do it. If I don't know. I don't feel like it's important enough to warrant that kind of effort, to be honest. Roman fever. Alright, let's kill the English before we... lost the... Ah, they took Siak already. There's no more Anglos around here, are there? No more hostile sieges. Why did this... Oh, they moved. They moved into me. Oh, okay, let's try 40 against 20. That did it. Doesn't take too much space on the computer, or does it download when you upload to YouTube? No, it just goes straight to YouTube. So nothing stays on my computer. I basically just say, I attached it to my YouTube account, and I went, hey, upload this episode. And then I go to YouTube while it's still loading and say, hey, rename this episode, add a note if I want to, and then put it in the playlist. And that's all I do. It literally takes less than a minute. I tried splitting up the episodes, but it was really weird and disjointed, I felt, so I just don't anymore. And it took a lot more time. Hey Trissy, glad you're enjoying it. Trissy Lion? Trissy Lion. England, you're really detracting from my whole effort in India. EU5 hype. But there's so much more EU4 to be done. I have too many achievements to get. No EU5 yet. And we're actually going to hit the raise all forts button. Apparently the one I missed. It's probably that one. Just to make sure the English don't do anything funny. Wish I had a claim over here. I'd love to steal it. In fact... Uncooperative philosopher. Ugh. Problems my nation has to deal with. 3 mountains will probably be one of the last ones I do, unless I start feeling a lot more confident about my abilities in this game. I've seen a couple of mountain runs on YouTube, and it is... They do a lot of things that I don't feel comfortable doing. What the hell? He must have been at port here. Wonder if he's got men there. Kill was westernized. Something about Yua. Yeah. Eat it, England. What now? What's the best buff Ceylon gets? I mean, the extra merchant's kind of good. This area is pretty rich. In light of that, I'd say it's either the extra merchant, the trade efficiency plus 10%, or the diplomatic reputation plus 1, because I really like my diplomatic reputation. Get out of here. Shoo. Don't make me come over there. Okay, France. We gonna get serious in this war yet? I don't see you capturing any provinces. Come on, France. You gonna like stop not doing things and start doing things, maybe? Apparently the French Navy is gone. Or in South America or something. I saw some when we started. 100-year war incoming. Yeah. Hey, but hey, at least I'm earning some trust. How about Austria? What's Austria doing? Where are the troops? Okay, I see the problem. France has decided Provence has to go. And Austria is on board. So I guess they're divide and conquer in. You love it when you get plus autonomy events in your capital. Yeah, it feels pretty good when that happens. Okay, I have a lot of troops that still aren't dedicated to fighting that I don't think I'm actually going to need out there, so... Let's get dangerous. Aggressive expansion. You know, aggressive expansion is one of those things in this game that I fear and illegitimate about. Because if that coalition shows up, I just go, oh. They have the numbers. They know it. Of course, I could just go for Mongyang. And not get aggressive expansion from them. That is land I'll need. Can I form Hindustan? No, because I'm not an Indian culture. Yeah, this seems prudent. Brahmanas is allied with Delhi, but sadly, Delhi is occupied with this other war now. This other war that I think I might just let them fight on their own, while I take care of some other things. Ceylon can't form Hindustan anyways because they aren't Hindu. Muslims can't form Hindustan? I'm looking that up. Muslims can form Hindustan if you are Dravidian, Aryan, Hindustani. It looks like you have to be Muslim. There's a different one for each culture group for some reason. So for example, for Hindustani, Hindustan does not exist, country is not Mughals, culture group is Hindustani, religion is Muslim, tech group is not nomad, if AI must have at least 15 cities, if country is AI, must not be a former colonial nation. Bharat is the Hindu version. Ah, so it is. Religion is Dharmic. They look almost identical. Cool. Did not know that. So, I would love to see a game where both of them form and then fight each other. That would be fun. I am really, really tempted to go after Bengal and Brahmanas right now. I could vassalize Brahmanas and integrate them later. Or just... No, I lost some claims. Am I doing Buddhist Strikes Back? Yes. Yes, I am.